procedures or environment. So we have to decide what type of risk that we are dealing with. Is that something regarding to the financial risk, future and business risk, or cybersecurity and information risk? Then start to assess this type of risk, evaluation and measurement. The oversighting issues for the risk is very important in order to highlight to what extent this type of risk may happen in the future time, so you can do something regarding to the forecasting in order to predict, not to react of this type of risk, and then you start to work. Another important thing, you need to highlight all type of risk through the possible source of gathering some information, or you should have your own source of gathering information regarding to this type of customer. Knowing the customer very well will help you to assess the type of risk that this type of customers, industries, or companies, or products, or countries, or family business coming from, to what extent they will classify or categorize the type of risk. Then you could able to predict what type of risk may happen in the future time. This point is very important in order to proact based on the risk-based methodology. Risk-based methodology put the risk in the final issues and put it in front of your destination in order to find any changes or challenges to happen in the future time. Along with recording every single behavior transaction indicators in your profile, and that will help you to put a sign or alert for any suspicious transaction happened more, and that will help you to report effectively and timely manner regarding to this type of risk. One of the most important tools and methodology that we have already explained yesterday is something regarding to the customer identification program, putting lots of questions regarding to the knowing how this customer business works, and how the customer behave. Is it a normal behavior or abnormal behavior? So there's a lot of tools and regulation. I will show you today one of those tools, which is the customer analytics, or knowing your customer analytics. Analytics approach, which is an indication of the future or unexpected direction of this behavior, may lead you to take care of this type of direction of this customer or this business or this type of product, and that will help us if we apply this data science through data mining, or collecting data online and offline, which is called 2-2-0 or O2O analysis, using the online and offline analysis of the business. Then we can able to collect all the information which give us more indication, or directed us to the right indicators for applying or issuance the report. Another thing, using the CIP, which is could only customized by your own relationship with the customer, or your own background and knowledge that you have already collected with the customer, will help you to assess type of risk for the future time. But this assessment will take the present and the future issues to make it more proactive, predictive, and forecasting for the future. You're not able to do that unless you have a good people analytic, or knowing the customer analytic approach. This is a new talent for auditing services, which is has been raised up, the talent management for auditors in the future time in regards of anti-money laundering approach. Assessing the customer will lead you to address all of those new type of risk that are related to the customer, not only for any financial crime, but for the business itself. So you can protect your customer from any unpredicted risk, and prepare for the possible solution for the future time. Reviewing and reporting risk in the future. Reviewing risk, you're not able to do that unless you have a good documentation, online documentation and offline documentation using machine learning or artificial robotic issues will help you a lot to classify and give you up-to-date alert regarding to the behavior which has been issued. For example, one of the case study has been made recently, recording that the customer did not deliver a valuable or a prompt documentation or a valuable documentation that you ask for so many times. This is an indication. If this documentation related to a hidden behavior or abnormal behavior has been in the future, so they will give you that this customer delayed in delivering the documentation through the customer identification program, and that will link together. Maybe there's something wrong happened, so take a review and take notes, then ask again. If you did not get the response, then deliver the report or issuance or issue the report of this type of risk. So they will take the past and historical behavior and link it with the future indication and give you alert regarding to that. You will not able to do that alone or even with your follower group or auditing team unless you have a good people analytics technology. People analytic technology is the only tool to link the past, present, and the future expectation for the risk, and then you can report the issue based on more realistic behavior or identification. So this is the new role for new skills should be available with the auditing talents in the future time. The most important issues for a risk-based approach is the anticipating or predicting all type of risk which is related to the past issues or related to the something regarding to the materiality and financial statement misusing. So this type of forecasting will shed some light on reviewing the financial statement and raising up your materiality issues to show to what extent it's using in a good direction or misuse of these financial statements. Then you will take a doubt through reviewing this behavior and then reporting in the future time. This risk-based methodology are the most important updated issues regarding to knowing the customer very well to avoid, or as we said before, wash your anti-money laundering hand from any responsibility regarding to the customer, the existing customer or the potential customer. Risk categories, something regarding to the corporate commercial risk, which is raised out of the entrepreneurial and commercial activities. It's something regarding to the commercial, the industry, the corporation. Economic and financial market risk driven by the economic activities is something regarding to the industry itself, either of region, jurisdiction, or given a market. Nowadays, there is lots of highly challenging market whole of the world. So based on the market itself, is not related to the industry but or the company or the commercial issues, but the market could be an issue for that. Like, for example, the cryptocurrency market at the moment facing a lot of challenges and changes in the future. It's a little bit sensitive to the economic change. So based on that, maybe the investment in the cryptocurrency will reduce the cash and then both the companies in financial difficulties, insolvency risk, and those type of risk will be an issue in the future time. So the bankruptcy risk will be the most important highlighted risk in the future. So based on the bankruptcy risk, maybe the customer will do something to manipulate or to affect any legal approach, and then could able to save himself or herself through abnormal behavior or financial behavior. So take a look and have a look on all of those issues. Another thing regarding to the legal and regularity issues, which is risk raising from legal and regularity requirements or evaluating international evolving international standardization of financial reporting. So you have to update the system or your system with the standardization revision for the new and existed standards, or any changes of all of those standards. The human side and organizational side, which is the risk presented due to limitation of human financial sourcing or termination. As we said before, more than 40% of revealing the curtain on some financial problem or financial crimes coming from interviewing with the employees. The employees play a key role to reveal any abnormal behavior points or indication. So based on the human side difficulties, financial difficulties, maybe there is a lots of the collapse and the corruption may happen away from the anti-money laundering, but there is another way of doing financial or competing financial crimes through lacking of resource for employees. Political and social risk raised from a changing political and social expectation for the future time. So there's something regarding to the future issues. Lacking of sources, lacking of job opportunities may raise some abnormal behavior, or achieving some personal beneficial issues through having some information in the organization. So the point here, the side which is more than enough, no more than enough, they have the power of knowledge or the power of information. So maybe the lacking of conflict balance will affect the future issues. You have to be aware about all of those issues regarding to the political and social issues. This will shed light on the PESTEL and PESTEL analysis. If something could affect the greening and environmental sustainability for the product or the industry coming from this type of organization, maybe will raise some challenges, and these challenges try to find any opportunities to avoid the difficulties and challenges for these opportunities. So they need to have a shortcut regarding to all of those points. So try to expect where the problem comes from, and try to put a hint where this problem will affect which part, and then this part, what is the reflection of this part, then what is the issue could affect the future and the current or the present expectation about the financial behavior. Maybe the financial behavior, if someone has or has future opportunities available in the vision, so that will help him or her to act in regards to these opportunities, and then could achieve more pressure for the lower departments, or could achieve personal issues or beneficial personal issues for the future. That will create the sense of the crime. You have to be more sensitive to the sense of crime energy and urgency for the future time. The environmental issues and act of code or act of God risks here can materialize without the ability to influence them. Technical and operational infrastructure, technical issues could raise the technical risk, which is accelerate or exacerbated by sources or technical limitation, could avoid the future issues. Example of risk identification, which is mainly the risk description, failure to get from the Doha on time for the meeting. The risk description should be available, and we have to meet the expectation for that. So they gave us an example of a meeting in ICBDC at Doha, saying that failure to get the meeting were being late, so the missing the meeting. There is no food and there is no bus. Missing my lift to the bus, and several weather prevented the bus from the running and me getting to the meeting. So that will describe the link between small situation happened, and that will lead to a future or a big problem in the future. So we have to put our expectation regarding to the small issues, small problems happened, and to what extent this problem will affect which department, which part, which person, who are the person who are responsible at the final receiver for this type of pressure. And then we could expect what's happening in the future. So evaluating these issues, good description. No, this is simply converse of the objectives. So the statement of impact of the risk, not the risk itself, the impact of the risk. And this does not impact the achievement of the objectives, so you still have a chance to be in time. And although this is a risk which I cannot control, but against which I can make the contingency plan or situational plan for that. So sometimes the employees or environmental issues or political or any type of pistol analysis, political, economical, social, culture, technology, environmental, legal issues could affect. But if we decide to know exactly where the risk comes from, the real risk comes from, who will be the pressure, who will be the receiver of this risk, who will act like the person who show that he could help facilitate all those type of risks. So addressing the risk and the risk matrix based on the probabilities or the likelihood. If it's lower probabilities or higher probabilities or medium. In the lower probabilities with the lower impact, this is a lower risk, and that will act like a green issues. We can tolerate it, we can able to expect, we can able to overcome. There is no need to report, just take a review, take a note, and that's it. In case of the repetition of a medium risk and high impact, or lower likelihood with a higher impact, could be show that there's a different stages or different colors, and repeatedly happened. All of those issues could lead us to file a report to the Ministry of the Economy, and maybe it will take more harder if transfer to be a threat. And then there is a lot of pressure has been made, so we have to address all of those type of risks, take notes, and take the right time to deliver it. Once we have a high risk and high impact, we have to deliver it right away, because this is one of the 36 indicators that we have to deliver. So addressing the risk in these issues, classify what type of risk which is normally and it's normal happen in this type of industry and companies and this environment and this time as well. Something which is repeatedly or taking more harsh, more different, and more likelihood or impact, we will have to take a notes, because if we did not able to discuss this type of risk, something will happen. Something wrong will happen in the future time. So in that time, we have to take some notes, and then reviewing the risk, then report it if it's happening issues or reported in the auditing report. More than that, we have to deliver or have a meeting come to see meeting, and we have to discuss this issue. If we found that something wrong happened, so tip off, not to show that the customer should have this type of notification, and make it secret and report it straight away. So tolerant and traits transfer terminate.
Oh my God.
Hello?
Shaz, you want to say something?
Hello?
Shah? Rishaz Shah?
I think he's make his mic is open, and nothing. I think nothing's going wrong now, so we can carry on. Okay. So we need to balance different type of demands, maximize the opportunities, effective use of resources, build the brand, and optimize all type of risk. So in this case, we have to look at the profitability issues in the future time, the account opening for maximizing the opportunities, and effective use of the resource, reviewing the account opening and opportunities across the business lines and profiles. Make a compliance will give you a timely response and alert to response in the timely manner, and using the right time to file the report, and the right time to take notes, and at which time you will take the report, unless you have a lot of alerts. So the timely manner is very important to respond, so you can respond to the potential client quickly and identify the opening that need to be escalated in terms of the optimization. The optimization of the risk, which is dealing with the risk and able to transfer the threats and risk to be more opportunities and more profitable issues. So if we have more maximizing and effective use of sources, so we can able to optimize the type of risk. Knowing the customer very well, again, is highly recommended and highly appreciated. It depends on how quality the auditing service and how skillful and talentful the auditing job that the auditors has. So the customer, correspondents, employees, shareholders, stakeholders, all of those parts and partners, all of those parts need to be well known effectively. And knowing the customer, why it is needed and what does it mean? Risk-based client classification. We can classify the client in terms of time. Sometimes the client more sensitive to have lots of abnormal behavior and a suspicious transaction once it's affected the situation and the profitability and the time share and time growth in the future. So they will take a shortcut. So take care of the shortcut issues, and that could be considered as indicators. They can use their own historical background, which is very clean, to have any suspicious transaction in the future, expecting that the other part of the monitors will not take him or her in a critical corner. In sanction list pictures. How to carry on or carry out customer due diligence, beneficial owners of fund and the source of fund versus the introducers, account and territories a bank will not deal with the will not deal with, and the high risk client. How can we detect all of those issues? Who are the partners who are deal with? The country and the products itself. Maybe the products could be considered as, or the combination or the group of the products could be considered as a high risk issues related to the client, and also the information gathering with the partner and environment and all of those issues. High risk is very important issues regarding to the geographical the timely manner, the product, the country comes from, the family business entities with no transaction ownership structure as well is very important. The anti-money laundering based approach here, we have to take into consideration the transaction, suspicious transaction indicators, which is a highly risk transaction, the customer business type, business geographically issues, industry issues, product service, delivery channels, partners, transactions type, sometimes banks that deal with, and add to all of those the software as well. Then mitigating control, the corporate governance structure, policies, procedures, processes for handling this type of control, training, type of communication, and how quicker the communication and the dialogues used in this type of communication may be an indication to enforce the company to act or to take shortcuts or to repeatedly ask a question about the payment or receiving or the time to end the process. Awareness, independent testing, which could be controlled for the mitigation that will enhance the anti-money laundering risk-based approach. And then regularity environment, which is highly recommended to be to consider as one of the most important compliance for the people who are dealing with those type of customers. Increase regularity expectation and the new regulation of the has been issued all over the world. The anti-money laundering, the new regulation has been focused on or raised up recently all over the world, especially in post-COVID pandemic crisis, which has been handling. Like, for example, the 2008 or 2010 financial crunch, which raised the capital adequacy in banking industry by Basel II and by Basel III. In this pandemic crisis, raised up the regulatory environment for expected financial crimes and the new scenarios and framework for financial crimes. So the anti-money laundering based approach raised the cost with the mitigating control. One of those important mitigating control governance. So the governance itself will not add something, but we should put it in a combination regulatory environment risk indicators. The compliance process here, there are 4 phases. You have to identify the risk, assessment, make evaluation and oversights, monitoring and reporting issues. And this is once you report this type of risk, you have to have a look at the risk identification. Did you identify the whole type of risk, or after the reporting there is another type of risk? That could be considered as a forensic compliance process. Forensic compliance process. This is the process which consider the 4 phases as a looping. After each experience or a case, there is another identification for the current risk, maybe adding more type of risk. Every single day, there is a lots of risk has been issued every, as we said yesterday, 15 or 14 minutes. Then assess this type of risk, monitor with the different approaches. One of those approach is risk-based approach, and then reporting all of those risks. Before the reporting and before we end the monitoring, you have to review it. Show some compliance with your documentation, with your folders and approach, that at any time I can see that you have recorded documents, software or hard copies, that you have a day-to-day or life reporting issues and reviewing the situation. Updating all of those reports with up-to-date news all over the world happened regarding to the type of industry and type of knowledge that you have already collected with your current customer. Risk-based approach to know the customer very well. Start with accept or reject the business. First of all, talk about the sustainability, reputation risk, profitability, sanction, subsequent backlist or suspected backlist. All of those information should be collected through online and offline, through your visiting, your background, your source of gaining more information about the customer. This type of analysis, you should use data science analytics, which is knowing the customer analytics, using software and some technology in order to enhance your quality of information that you have already collected. This is the most important stage. And then you can decide what is the scheduling, what the cost, what the future delay, or what is the alternative way of running or gaining more evidence. What type of evidence that you might deal with in the future time, either digital evidence or normally hard copies and documentation digital. Then at that time you could expect the future materiality and going concern issues of the future. At that time, this is your decision to accept or to reject from the beginning. Then once you accept it, then borrowing customer existing KYC process, then impose basic KYC only, then risk assessment, manage the level 1 risk, which is green. You shouldn't report anything, but you can review it for future indication, and then manage the level 2 risk, which does need more concentration because the reputation has been exceeded the normal issues, and the likelihood also and probabilities of happening and the impacts going to be more a little bit a sign that you have to take an action or report directly if it's in red line issues. If you did not accept it, then reject due to the sanction, for example, or you reject due to the business consideration. In this issue, you have to prepare a review for this customer and the reason why you rejected before you sign the contract. And just only once someone from the Ministry of Economy contact you why you did not complete these issues, you have to prepare a folder showing that there is something regarding to who, why, when, how, and what extent. So answering all of those questions. Then accepting the issues, non-borrowing customer risk profile using agreed and easy to implement folder, impose enhanced KYC, separate out level 3 the customer using agreed folder to the third part of this type of risk. Then you have 2 or 3 ways here to accept with the low risk, to accept with the medium and high risk, or to reject it. For all of those issues, your journey of taking or reviewing anti-money laundering will start once you receive an offer from any business for a future dealt or a future business profile or business acceptance issues. Risk-based approach to KYC based on the level of risk. With the high risk account opening, enhance the KYC, basic KYC plus, and the nature of the business, origin of fund or source of fund, purpose of the account, type of level. So you have to ask some question based on the CIP that we have explained yesterday, the customer identification program, asking so many questions, and you can classify the answer for all of those questions in 3 main issues. Something you have already collected reasonable and accepted and adequate documentation. Something you didn't, and you found some delay of response, so you will take a review notes. Something that they refuse to give, and the reason behind that. If you get the reason, it's okay. If you did not have the reason, so you have to report it. And as long as you have a high risk issues. In level 2, monitoring to identify, accept account or activity which require account to be reclassified as level 3, and monitoring transaction against the customer profile. If the basic KYC, evidence of identity, evidence of addressing, and filtering issues. Ongoing account management, monthly review, and monitoring account activity, which require the account to be classified as a level 2 and 3. So the journey for the anti-money laundering, which is related to the risk-based approach to KYC, will start with the level 3 and level 2 and level 1, and there is nothing we can do unless we have to take a notes regarding to the future as a historical notes for the future change. If there is something change, so we have already taken notes for level 1. Monthly review is very important. Monthly, we can say monthly, and day-to-day review is very important as long as you have a good science direct or data science analytics, which provide you with the day-to-day or timely life reporting issues for your side to make sure that everything is okay regarding to their risk-based approach. Why should I care about these requirements? Money laundering and tourists seek out vulnerable bank or financial or non-financial institution. The regulator will find the bank heavily. Ignoring is no defense. For the CEN listing bank as a primary money laundering concern, so we can find that they will size the customer fund and having what's called credit rating and customer scoring rate. That's happened in Europe and USA. The bank wouldn't correspond with you strict due to diligence issues, especially for those customers dealing with the particular banks for funds. And some countries with highly risk reputation like Cuba, Iran, Syria, North Korea, Congo, and other. This list of countries raised up every single time our monthly issues. This is something allocated in Europe or in Asia. The cost of fine is investigate insignificant compared to the internal cost and the loss of the business. Scanning of the customer record. Most of the time, we can make it online or offline transaction against all of those type. The key issues here: the character variation, phonetic variation, and and cultural differences. Transliteration and cultural differences using alternate or intelligent name matching algorithm with the artificial intelligence and machine learning issues, as we said before. You can update yourself with the live information with this name, maybe in the future time, or maybe carefully this customer, but there is something wrong happen in some transaction, dealing with some partners, dealing with some softwares which affect the reputation or give an indication of this issue. This will provide you some intelligence, national security information for your KYC and for your office. High-risk individual companies or organization are targeting financial organization and non-financial organization and the countries within which they operate. Their very extension or existence depend on their ability to enter your organization, the regulatory risk, reputational risk, business, shareholders, and future job risk. So the LOP, which is the issues regarding to the laboring or money laundering of the organization business, which is highlighted the process and the flow chart for assessing the risk. We have to evaluate inherent risk, assess the control system, and determine the residual risk, establishing thresholds and determining this residual risk, developing and implementing action plans, and monitoring the enhanced control and maintain and retain records for the future issues. So you have to take into consideration all of those steps in order to highlight your oversight risk in the future time. Risk-based approach in the KYC process focus on the national news about the risk scoring and simplify the due diligence, enhance the due diligence issues. Risk scoring, risk rating is very important. Is that in a low risk rating or in high risk rating? Maybe this color will change during the auditing journey, so you need to update yourself day to day regarding to all of those changes of the risk. Risk-based approach and the KYC process. How do we perform risk assessment? How to do we have to get the tool for the job? How does the risk assessment program define the score of the risk rating? So you have to customize this risk assessment in such a way they give an indication regarding to the scoring of risk, which may be changed most of the time. You can make it manually through Excel file, and you can raise up the risk once the impact will be even more high, or the impact of some businesses, or adding more products. Or you can use the machine learning process, which is more digitized approach to collect more digital risk scoring or rating measurement for the current customer. How do we develop risk-based matrices, and with or without the help of outside vendor? Knowing the customer as well will highlight some important appreciation for the customer risk profile, adding more information to the customer risk profile and due diligence, which is the customer identification, as we said, and the customer ID and the customer IP identification program. Reliable, independent scoring, documentation, data, information, some behavior, some important software used as well. Establishing whether customer acting on behalf of another person or partner, or another company, or as a group of one business group. Measuring of a customer acting on behalf of another person, or legal arrangement or legal person. Establishing beneficial ownership, obtaining the source of customer wealth and fund, obtaining information about the purpose and intent nature of the business, and the nature of the industry itself, and the nature of the product, and the countries, and the type of technology used by these issues, or by this family business, or the firm itself, maybe an indication for the future anti-money laundering issues as well. So like, for example, the casino, it's a nature for future issues and anti-money laundering. In terms of when it's come to anti-money laundering, we have to take into consideration lots of issues, using the cash intermediaries between one parts and another part. Enhanced the risk assessment methodology, which conduct detailed analysis of each category. The risk assessment will start with the purpose of the account activity in account, the nature of this business, the nature of this industry, the location, and the time as well. The periodical issues is very important, and product and services as a final issues. The continuous monitoring approach based on the risk-based approach will take into consideration, if we start the first issues, we have to finalize, and we have to keep monitoring or continuous monitoring approach for and transition You have to transfer from continuous controlling to continuous monitoring approach, taking this auditing process and risk assessment evaluation as a looping for all of those transactions. Risk-based approach as well, simplified or to enhance the due diligence, simplify, limited, standard, and enhance it. The due diligence, those 4 stages are very important to start from red flag check to in-depth public record, research inquiries, using technology as a digital technology, alternative digital technology, and specific issues to enhance the enhanced CPD. Nowadays, the standard and enhanced client due diligence is very important as well to keep ourselves safe from all of those transactions. It's very important to enhance the level 4 issues by using in-depth online to offline credit rating and credit scoring, continuous monitoring transformation, predicting, reacting, predicting, and proacting to the future change. Main anti-money laundering risk-based approach factor, which is mainly about the customer risk, country, product, and inside the country also the region, maybe coming from one region, and the product could reflect the industry, the sector of this parts. We can say that the customer himself or itself, the micro risk analysis comparing with the country, product, sector, and the sector may contain some parties, groups, or family business. So those type of risk should take into consideration all of those issues: the geographical area, the region in the country, the product and industry, sector, all the parties involved, the customer, who the customer, which country come from, and the source of fund, also all of those red flags will come from. So we will move from checking all of those red flags from level 1 to level 5 in-depth analysis and analytic of all of those parts. So customer or people analytic, and the industry analytic, sector analytic, countries analytic, and people analytic will enhance the in-depth transaction for the future customer due diligence. So the country or the customer risk, overall background, business interest, association for the business, network, business, profile, political affiliation, benefit, ownership, and control, source of fund. Countries, the political, legal, economic situation, market, exposure to organization crime and money laundering, corruption. Any history of any country has a bad history regarding to the financial crisis and financial issues. Sector risk, which is weapons and metal trading, precious metal, art, real estate, as we said, agency of real estate, exchange, dealership, and all of those issues we could consider as the sector where they can create issues regarding to anti-money laundering, because a lot of money has been invested and cash invested in these issues, and containing intermediaries between one peer to another peer. There is a lot of intermediaries, so intermediaries and cash, using the cash in different parts. This is the atmosphere for creating a healthy money laundering crime. The last thing is the product risk, which is the private banking, correspondent banking, structured finance, communities, non-financial banks, and all of those issues as well as a product. So the private banks could raise the lots of indication that this type of product, which is the banking industry, is something need to take care of it, or maybe need more of future in-depth review and analysis. The RBA risk-based approach matrix, which is assess, capture, estimate the impact, and rank the credit rating and credit scoring parts. These variables may increase or decrease the risk posed by the particular customer or transaction. So we have to range all of those between the particular customer and transaction for lots of issues. For instance, there is a level of regulation or governance regime to which the customer is subject. So the customer is located in a high regulated jurisdiction poses less risk than the customer located in losing or lower risk jurisdiction. So that will enhance the possibility or the percentage of anti-money laundering issues as long as we have a low risk jurisdiction. Type of the entity, like publicly owned or owned entity, pose less risk because there is a lot of governance and restriction regarding to the public and the governmental sector compared with the private and family business sector. The use of intermediate anonymity, so that will raise as well the rate of or increase or decrease the decrease of the exposed particular customer or transaction or product for that. Okay, so we'll talk about the case study for the enhanced risk assessment methodology after the 25 minutes break from now. Thank you so much indeed for your time, and we will continue after 20 or 25 minutes from now. Thank you so much indeed, and see you after.
Thank you, Professor Tariq.
Hello everyone, welcome back again to our presentation. We will start with the best practice framework for the anti-money laundering and research-based approach. The best practice starts with the RPA, customer due diligence, which is started with the investigation and detection reporting, customer transaction, and view the data and single customer review data, and with the group, our family business customer review data. That will help us to make a risk-based approach, as we explained before. The anti-money laundering and the compliance analytics. The compliance analytics in the first stage for studying the customer. It's very important to highlight the challenges facing today's compliance organization, and what do we see at the financial institution, especially in the financial institution, increasing the complexity and money laundering, financial crime raised dramatically in the current and the present and the future issue, increasing the organization financial fraud and anti-money laundering, KYC, including the focus on model validation and optimization, qualitative analysis by the regulation, multiple source of transaction system, and multiple compliance system by the LOB, geographical issue and challenges for properties vendor system. And the analytic approach to address the challenges for anti-money laundering and financial crimes, they start with analyzing the individual data profile, initial insights, and that will lead us to further looking at the risk indicators, what if analysis, and what are we currently doing in the present time, and what's the future for the risk profile. We have to historical view the number of alerts, subsequent events. The activities which is more suspected or suspicious events. What are the products or the channels generated the alerts, and how did we perform this type of alerts? What do you mean by the word analytics in this issue? Analytics is the data is a process of inspecting, cleaning, transforming, and modeling data with the goal of discovering the useful information, suggestion, and conclusion, and supporting decision-making process. And the data analytics, or DA, the science of examining raw data with the proposed, and we can make a conclusion for this raw data analytics. We can use this logic of data and drawing conclusion about the information of the future issues, and that will give us an indication for a better understanding of the raw material of rough data, which is have already collected, to use it in a very useful information. The analytics leverage data in a particular functional process or operation or application to enable context specific insight that is actual generic issues. The topic of analytics are descriptive analytics, prescriptive analytics, which the descriptive analytics is talking about the purpose of describing the data and summarizing what we happened. And the prescriptive analytics is mainly about recommendation or more than the course of action, so that the describing the data will help to describe more course of action. However, the descriptive of analytics can give us the hints and conclusion of what's happening and how can we enhance the future issues. So descriptive and prescriptive will help us to modeling the data and mining more information and technology to study recent and holistic and historical data, and use it for the future trends and future behavior regards reviewing and reporting some issues, some suspicious transaction in the future time. How analytics is applied to today's challenges. So the risk management, mitigate the risk, advance the risk identification of the customer, and effective risk management and assessment, and overcome the problem or mitigating risk. This is one side. The other side is the operational efficiency, to improve the program efficiency and investigate if something wrong happened, so we can investigate it straight away, reduce the compliance cost, and improve the action making. The cost, reduce the compliance cost and improve the management reporting, and that will make the research-based approach in data analytics more economic and effective, and will achieve the purpose and the issue, the main objectives of running this risk-based approach mechanism and methodology. The tolerance analytics framework, the event, transaction, alert, cases, subsequent event, and what's the product, what's the channels, where the geographical area, who are the organization, who are the parties, and where the or when the calendar will be. So this is the framework for analytics, will give us all of those information about the parties, who, when, where, and how. Explain the use of cases. For example, the behavioral profile, we have to have a descriptive analytics, which is describe the historical data, the total amount has been paid for particular person in particular time, in where we can find it in a particular place. So analyze different facts of the transaction information, analyze the historical patterns, and also forecasting the product and predictive analysis. And that will give us some information and trends for the future issues. So based on the historical data that we have already collected about the customer, for example, we can summarize the amount of descriptive by the country, by the industry, and by historical issues, and the date as well, so we can take the decision for useful future reporting or reviewing issues. Descriptive analysis, as we say that the descriptive is talking about the history and summarize what's happening in the present time. So they will give us the trends and how can we use these trends in future decisions. Case research, for example, analyze the transactional characteristics related to the case, countries, counterparties, transfer, the role of each transfer point, product types, and parties relation. All of those points could give us the indication of to what extent we have a relationship with different countries. Some countries are related to high risk, as you said, as you can see here, in high risk countries coming from, and that will give us an indication of how customer due diligence are more risky, or medium, or low risk. Model analysis, which they analyze AML rules and operating patterns or parameters, which they model rules validation, what if analysis. So we can use the historical data in order to analyze it by using statistical evaluation or predictively or productivity analysis, which is ATL or BTL testing, and that will give us alert by decision, and we can make a decision based on the alert that we have already received. The model risk management, also we can highlight more geographic, visualizing the data based on the historical issues. We can decide what type of risk and is it high or low, and how adequate the data that we have already received. Exclusive fund transfer as an example. If we found that there is a high fund of transfer has been made in 1 month, that could be an indication for something wrong may happen. The average current alert may be 51.42. It's a little bit higher than the average. Once it's exceeded than 77, then we have to report that there is a usual fund has been sent or transferred is exceeded the amount which is normally happened in the future. So each transaction could be considered as a case study. We were not able to say that comparing with the other customer, it's normal, but we have to find the way we can control those measurements in a particular time regarding, for example, to the historical issue, or regarding, for example, to another average of industry, or regarding to the history of, like, for example, we can see here the fund transfer. It's very, very similar to what we have already used. So we can use ATL alert their child, or we can use BTL their child as well. The relationship analysis, we can found a relationship regarding to some in-depth visual display, and this part is maybe related to another party's peer group or another business. Maybe this business could be in a high-risk business or high-risk product or high-risk countries. So we can find a link. At that time, we can take a note regarding to this indication, and this analytic will help us to take correction action at the right time. So, hello, yes? As you can see here, for example, this group of business has a link with some external group of business, and we can find there is a link or mediators between this group and the other group, and that could reveal some facts about for example, suspicious transaction alert could issue a note and then a report in the future time. So as long as we can find the map of this KYC and relationship analytics and analysis, that will help us to see the big picture of this transaction, or the history, or the type of product, type of industries, and that will give us an in-depth virtual display of the relationship that exists for the parties that the subject of the compliance reviews. Operational analytics, we have to have a periodic production report, employees productivity, alert, case life cycle. All of those operational analytics will give us the clue for a loss of cases and the risk categorization, and a number of alerts has been made by particular time, or by employees, or by cases, or alert in the court. So this analytics will give us the great picture. How can we use the data analytics to enhance our own risk-based approach in KYC and due diligence issues? As you can see here, by month, we can see that there is alerts and country profile, and the alarm and the alert for the court for historical issues. Data profiling and the quality demonstrate the proper understanding of the source data for risk rating and transaction monitoring, and expose data quality, and there is some example for that. Description of the customer by the risk classes, transaction count by the risk classes, which is medium, low, default, or high. Customer by risk classes, we can define the customer, and all of those statistics will help us to put the customer in the right picture, that we need actually to see it as a reality, not because of the data we have already collected. So it's not an easy thing. We have to do a lot of information and in-depth data analysis for that. In the service offering in the data analytics, we have around 6 types of analytics: the investigation analytics, model risk management analytics, and compliance performance analytics, compliance risk analytics, and data quality. So all of those type of analytics could use the data-driven strategy in order to enhance our own expectation about the current and the future situation. Focusing only on the regulator or regulatory focus, financial crime is shaping the bank's compliance as well. How do the bank respond to that? We have a lot of issues regarding to the analytics, global KYC, and AML governance, remediation, more prudent risk, jail-filled for transaction and the solvency parameters. That will enhance our all banking, our banking transactions, and fighting the or facing the anti-money laundering worldwide, and also the elements for financial crime FCC, which is the financial crime compliance. The FCC will help, will be helped by advisory role and risk identification, sanction programs, training programs, resources, and skills, talents for those people who perform the detecting skills for financial crime compliance. And this is the framework we have to enhance regarding to the business senior management and responsibility for FCC, which is the risk assessment and customer coordination or onboarding, screening and risk scoring, rating of the client, the KYC, the transaction policies, and suspicious transaction reporting, investigation, disclose and exit present and re-entry issues, reviewing of the FCC regulatory, people, process or operation, and technology. People, process, technology, and regulation are the most important for reviewed of and factors for the crime, financial crime compliance. Regulation outlined or continue to expect strong anti-money laundering standards. The process will go fast in order to moving the financial crime landscape. Better talent and rapid evaluate into the race for the talent requirement. It's very important to be highlighted in the people analytics technology, meeting regulation and expectation for near real-time analysis to potentially detect and prevent fraudulent activities. We can see here some important issues regarding to what we should do and what is the weak point we need to avoid. So the anti-money laundering here as a risk management framework, we need to highlight, for example, the complete the submit disclosure report and supporting evidence to financial intelligence unit. The key point, weakness point here is failure to take an action for SAR as failed or close the flow up on relationship identification or identified for exit. It's very important to highlight this point, and it's very important to have a look at all of those weak points and avoid any the risk assessment framework and avoid any weak points regarding to those. So all of those weak points we need to take into consideration and considerate it once we have a good and a more strengthened framework for anti-money laundering risk management. So this is the anti-money laundering risk management framework, and this is the point which may affect the strengths or the weakness point that we need to be avoided regarding to that. Recommendation for the action: take a holistic approach, more comprehensive, for moving away from the approaches or based on the risk based approach, and a federated approach to more centralized effort for preventing and investigating and remediating financial crimes. Be prepared for significant cultural change in the future time, because we did not highlight the culture for anti-money laundering prevent, because we have to have a more changing culture based on the regional issues. For example, Deloitte has sent an institution request up to 30% of their customer as part of program aimed at making their organization compliant and resilient for that, because the resilience culture is still in lower score. Improve the quality of your data, updated the quality, up to date to the technology of running on those data science quality, and secure the right talent centrally and locally for this type of organization. Prepare for the future in terms of people, technology, process, operation, and the data or reviewing the data. To have a sum up for all of those issues, the financial crimes lifestyle have been focused on, or has been focused on, the monitored and testing the financial crime lifestyle and investigating the remediation and relevant or preventing and detecting and investigating this type of crime. Compliance as one of the most important dimension for all of those financial crime. So in order to enhance all of those, we have to assess the financial crime system and acting in accordance with the requirements of relevant authorization, and assess the allegation of the fraud and financial mismanagement and misuse of the rules and regulation, the governance issues, reducing financial crime incidents, and identified early issues and risk by implementing effective issues. In order to enhance the crime reduction, financial crime reduction lifestyle, we have to respond effectively and rapidly, and also more flexibility to the change. In other words, we can say we have to be more agile in order to respond to the financial crime lifestyle for that. Take into consideration the leadership management as an effective financial crime risk management, and testing most of the time the risk assessment issues, geographical unit, operating, and business unit. Those slides summarizing how can we apply the risk-based approach in KYC and AML compliance, take into consideration all the risk assessment, risk evaluation, risk mitigation, and to take into consideration the culture of doing or reducing the financial risk or the financial crime lifestyle, changing the culture, how compliance is the auditors to enhance the profile for this type of problems. Taking notes and reviewing the anti-money laundering profile are most important aspects we have to prepare in order to make a research or a risk-based approach profile more effective for the future time. Also, as we said here, the risk scoring, we have to know exactly the type of risk in the future time and how can we rate the risk effectively and scoring the risk based on the simple or simplified and enhanced due diligence. Checking the red flags as a simplified issues up to enhancing the in details issues regarding to the customer due diligence using technology and data analytics, people analytics, compliance analytics is very important to enhance our profile and make our KYC profile more effective, more accurate, agile to the future and predictive to the future time. Any question regarding to that? To this slide, we can open the discussion if you would like now to enhance our presentation for this workshop. Any question so far? I would be more than happy to receive any question, any feedback regarding that. The mic is now open for all of you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. This was very informative, and thank you for your time and all your efforts. This is a very important subject, and as you know, the ministry and ADGM also are stressing on money laundering and KYC, and it's becoming a real issue that we all have to adhere to.
Oh, yes,
Thank you
yes,
again,
of course.
and look forward to see you after the weekend. Have a nice weekend, everybody.
Have a nice weekend for you, Mr. Alfred, and for everybody. Thank you so much, Mr. Alfred, for your feedback and your lovely word. Thank you, so Mr. Mohammed. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to also echo the same words. A great effort from your side, 5 days, non-stop. So I want to just thank you for your efforts. I think that the content was extremely rich, extremely relevant, and I certainly enjoyed every part of it. Thank you for your efforts and look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much indeed. Okay, anyone else need to add something?
Have a nice weekend, Doctor. See you Sunday.
See you Sunday at the same time. Thank you, and have a nice weekend for all of you. Bye for now.
Bye, Doctor.